friends, we are here for some bonus Sunday night sprints for B&K Book Club. If you are not reading with us for B&K, that is completely fine. You can join us, do productivity, read whatever you need to do. That's fine. But Kelsey and I will be starting the B&K Book Club book, and we are reading Where Sleeping Girls Lie. I'm very excited. I made the background very dark academia because I felt like that was necessary for this book.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm going back to my dark academia roots, and I'm very excited about it, frankly. I'm very excited.
I have a confession to make. I did start it, and I'm 7 pages in.
Oh, well, that's not. I'll forgive you 7 pages.
I was like, I'm going to scare you. No, I'm 7 pages in. So, yeah. I'm liking it, but the font is very small, and I just don't know, because this is giving me, like, the only book I can read in comparison is Catherine House, and it's not giving me those vibes, but that's the only I do not read dark academia.
No, you don't.
So I don't know if I'll like this, but it kind of gives me Atlas 6 vibes a little bit.
That would make sense, because, again, dark academia. Yep.
Yeah, but again, keep in mind, I do not read it, so I'm comparing it to the 2 that I have read, Catherine House and Atlas 6, and I suspect that I'll like this more.
You're painting with a wide brush, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is totally fine. You can tell this year we picked B&K a bit differently. Because Kelsey picked last month and I picked this month, and Kelsey picked next month and I picked the month after that, which is giving us a really nice range.
And we've tried to kind of not just do like thriller and like, I think we were doing a lot of lit fic last year. Like we kind of like fantasy, dark academia. We tried to like branch out a little.
We have. So we're doing a nice mix. This, I believe, would be classified as a thriller, which with dark academia as a subgenre, but I'm very excited.
Yeah. I think I'll like it.
I hope so.
I know you will. I'm thinking it's going to be a 5-star for you.
I have very high hopes, to be honest. April's been a rough reading month, though, so maybe this is the book I need.
Well, this is going to fall into May. We already know, at least for me, because we're a couple days away. So.
Well, it might fall into May for me, too, to be honest, because it is chunky. Even though it doesn't look that chunky, the audiobook is like 17 hours.
It's the font.
She's got some weight to her.
Yeah.
And also, anyone who has read this, which do not tell me here because I don't want spoilers if you know the answer, but if you have the hardcover of this book, there is Morse code imprinted in the, you're not going to be able to see this on the live stream. Kind of, that's better. There's Morse code in the thing. And I need someone to tell me who knows Morse code and can put it in the Discord behind spoiler sections being like Morse code and then what the spoilers are, because I feel like it might spoil something.
If it's not a spoiler, if you've read it and it's completely not a spoiler, then feel free to tell us. But if it spoils anything, definitely put in the Discord.
I want to know what it says, but I don't Morse code.
Watch it and just says like the title and the author or something.
Probably. We're probably way overthinking this, but that's fine. So that's what we're doing tonight. I don't know how far we'll get. Not very far because this book is huge. So like,
I'm thinking we'll finish like today's pages and that's about it. I'm presuming I'm going to get behind on this. We'll see.
Well, I might too, because I didn't tell you this, but I have 4 buddy reads going on next week.
Oh, good. That makes me feel better.
So I'm going to be piecemealing my way through this as well, just due to the fact that I have so many buddy reads I also have to read at the same time. So
also, you said there was an audiobook. Where?
I have it on Libby.
Oh, it's not on my Libby.
Yeah, I have it on Libby. That's where I got it, but I know it's on Audible too, but I'm sure that you don't want to spend a credit.
No, and I'm fine with no audio. It's just I was searching and I didn't see it anywhere. So that's okay.
I did not think I was going to get it because the wait list was eons, but last week it landed in my Libby and I was like, oh, perfect. Perfect timing.
Oh, it's on there now, but it's probably going to be a long wait.
Probably.
0 out of 4 available, 7 holds on each copy. You know what? I'm going to request it. Who knows? I could.
You never know.
Luck out and get it because people skip a lot.
23rd
23rd in line, we'll see. I might get it before I'm done.
Yeah, you never know. You might. Hello, Kelly. How are you? And James is also here. Going to be here for the first chatty bit, then going to bed. Going to start a photo finish, book 2 in the Gold Rush Ranch series in the morning. Hello. I hope everyone is having a great time with the books you are reading or getting all the productivity done. I will be finishing Firefly Lane in these sprints.
That was a book club book in 2022.
I don't think it was a book club book. I think it was just a buddy read before we made the book club.
No, we did Night Road as a book club book. Yes, you're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
we did buddy read this book together.
We did.
Did you like this?
Nope.
No. I couldn't remember if I didn't like it. We didn't dislike it. It was like a 3.5 star situation.
Yeah, the more I think of it, it's just like it's a 2 maybe at this point.
Oh, really? Yeah, I still stand with it. But it's not also my genre. Like, that's not a genre that I read a lot of, so that could be the problem. Hello, Alicia. Hoping to use these sprints to finish my book. Currently on page 333 of 361. You got this. You can get that done. Battle of the Labyrinth. If I finish, then I will do some video editing. Hello, Anna. How are you? Planning to get through some booktube videos. I also might start editing my TBR video. Excited to see it. Hello, Glenda. Hello, Kirsty. Going to continue with the Mind F book 1 in these sprints. We both really like those books. So yeah, I hope you are having a good time. I need to finish.
Yeah, you do. It's not like a 5-star like best book ever, but it's like a really good time.
But it's fun.
It's very fun. It's like Witsack to me. It's like it's not like an all-time favorite. I think it is for you, but like it's like a great
Witsack for me. Yes.
Yeah. It's like a great time to me. So,
hello. Everyone's saying hi to each other. Hi, Bethany. Hello, Christy. How are you? I've been missing sprints. I've been in a massive reading slump. It happens to the best of us, but it's hard when it happens. Hoping these sprints will help. Well, I hope we can help you kick that reading slump as well. Hello, Jem. 87% through Cersei. Loving it so far. I think I might rate it higher than Song of Achilles. Wow. Which is impressive. That would be, as a person who loves Song of Achilles, I've been meaning to read Cersei and just it hasn't worked out. But I love Song of Achilles. So this gives me a lot of excitement for the other book. Kitty on my belly, mad anytime I divide attention between him and my book. That's fair. Hello, Crystal. Crystal, I accidentally opened your message as we went live, so I've left you unread, and it's because I haven't listened to those audio messages because I was live, but I will listen to them later. Hello, Rye. I am editing my Apolycon vlog. That's exciting. Rye, I also need to talk to you about doing the buddy read for Anatomy of a Fairy Tale because I know that you were thinking we could do that, and I want to do that. Hello to Neil. Started Where Sleeping Girls Lie last night. Wow. I'm halfway through. Bethany.
That's lying. Crazy.
I'm not surprised because I've heard this exactly from the people who started it earlier in the month, that the vibes are there.
Okay, we'll see.
So like, I think once you fall into it, you kind of just keep it going. And it is YA. So it reads, I would assume, somewhat easily.
Yeah.
As it not being adult.
I'm only 7 pages in, so I can't really comment, but I will say like it's intriguing me for sure.
I'm so excited.
And I'm liking it.
Kelly's reading The Last Heir to Blackwood Library by Hester Fox, 67% in. Hello, Lily. Ooh, The Housemaid by Frida McFadden. Trying to savor it. I read this month. It feels like ages ago that me and Bree did those sprints, and it was literally April. It might have been 2 weeks ago. So I recently read this. Excited to see what you think. Hi, Katie. I did. Not with a lot of time to spare, but enough time to like chat with a few people about, you know, because I can't chat publicly too much because obviously there's going to be a vlog and things. But I did talk to Kels, and I did.
And if anyone has Brittany on Goodreads, you see the rating. So I saw the rating.
I never hide my ratings on Goodreads because if I don't score it when I finish the book,
yeah,
I will never know. But I don't feel like a rating actually gives you that much context.
No, but I feel like if it's a 5-star, you know you loved it, and if it's like a 2-star, you know you hate it. Not saying it's either of those. Well, I kind of check our Goodreads if you really care.
It's not either of those. Mostly been helping people with taxes today. Ugh. But literally just finished The Fractured Dark. So many twists and more interpersonal than book 1. more tax stuff in the first and maybe in the second sprint. So, did you like the second book more than the first or less than the first? That's my question. I read The Blighted Stars last week. That will also be out in a secret vlog on Saturday, which you can know about the book, but not in the context to which I read it. So, you will have to wait and see. Haven't decided if I'm reading or playing a game. It has been a long day, but first I need to eat my chicken salad. Chicken salad sounds delicious. And what game are you playing? That's my question. I've read Where Sleeping Girls Lie. I hope y'all enjoy it. I loved Ace of Spades.
I have not read Ace of Spades. I need to read it.
I haven't read it either.
Oh, really? Okay, maybe.
I know it's shocking that I haven't.
Future buddy read towards fall.
I have taken it out, like the Libby loan, and then it just like I run out of time. It return, as we do. Hello, Jojo. Hello, Carissa. Ooh, Pucking Around. Yeah, that book is huge.
I, for the longest time, kept mixing up the Mile High series, whatever the actual name, and Pucking Around. So I thought they were the same series this whole time. No. So then when you hated it and then said Neva hates it, I'm like, I'm pretty sure Neva already hated the first book. Neva liked the first book. So I was so confused. But then I realized they're different series. Rain like Mile High and Katie like Mile High and Neva loves Pucking Around. But I'm like, correct. I thought they were the same thing. I don't know why.
No, I have not read Pucking Around. So I don't know, but it is 800 pages. So I feel like right off the bat, that puts it in a probably Brittany won't like it column, just because everyone knows, if you watch my channel at all, I'm a big component of that contemporary romance has no business. But I haven't read it, so I can't really speak to it because I haven't read it. Neva, however, loves this book.
Yeah.
Absolutely adores it. And I do tend to agree with Neva, but the fact that it's 800 pages.
I don't know, because I liked, like, Offside was good. Like, it wasn't my favorite book ever, but that was, like, 700 pages. And I expected to hate it because of that. But I actually pretty much enjoyed it. But I did read it. It read very quickly, I found.
Right.
So.
Well, I'm pretty sure eventually Neva will break me down to reading it. So I'll know eventually.
Yeah.
Finishing How to End a Love Story, then reading a middle grade fantasy arc called The Secret Library. Ooh, that sounds good. Comes out on May 7th. Yeah, and you read half of it in a day.
That's why we were shocked.
I'm assuming you're also not listening at one-time speed. Because this is at regular speed.
Yeah, most people, I feel like, well, readers usually, like,
yeah,
our kind of readers usually
correct. Don't typically feel the same way about reading this month. It's been hard. Yeah, I feel like April's been hard for everybody. I know. I just don't want to spoil myself.
That's it. Yeah.
Right. Sitting in a doctor's office, not because I'm sick, but because my doctor wants to see me every time I need a script. So ridiculous.
Mine is like that now. I used to be able to call them and they'd just fax it, but now if you do that, you have to pay like $25. So I'm like, I'll just go in.
Yeah.
And now they're charging for like referrals in Ontario now. So it's interesting. Like you can sign up for a plan at the doctor's where you pay like $100 a year and it includes certain things. But I'm like, I rarely like get referrals and stuff. So I'm like, I'll just pay as I go. But like for the appointment, you don't have to pay. It's just if you get referrals or you want like if you want to go see a physio or like whatever, not blood work or anything, but like it's very interesting.
That is interesting. And vent away, Jojo. That's totally fine because it's a very relatable topic because both of us went, yep. April has been a rough reading month for me too, but May might be even worse. Oh no. Hopefully it'll turn around.
I find like May, I don't want to jinx it, but May and June in the past years have been my best reading months. Ooh. I don't know if it's because it gets warm and then I sit outside to read and then I like kind of leave my phone inside a lot. But like May and June are usually my best reading months. So
I've read a lot of books this month. They just haven't been very good.
Oh, I've only had 3 5 stars this year.
Ooh, yeah. I haven't had very many.
Rough.
I have not had very many either.
It's been rough.
Bethany has had a lot of chonky books this month. It's been a page count heavy month. Hello, Ro. That is a great question. I never looked.
I don't know.
That's a great question. Googled it as I don't mind if it's a spoiler, as I probably won't read it. And it's a quote.
Okay, so maybe it is a spoiler then.
We'll have to, I'll look it up when it's done.
Yeah.
And I'll see if it like gives any inclination to the story.
Yeah.
Libby finally gave me the audiobook of Bloodmarked. So guess who's finally going to read our buddy read? You know what? I'm not finished it yet either. I might be 50. I don't even think I'm in part 3. If I'm in part 3, I'll be surprised. I'm moving through Bloodmarked very slowly. So no worries. You'll probably catch up to me now that you have the audio. I really think I'm only liking it as much as I am because I watched the Netflix series first.
What's this for?
I forget now. I'm going to scroll. The other day, someone asked me, said that we should have a search feature in StreamYard. And I'm like, seriously? We so should. What was this for? Oh, Firefly Lane. Firefly Lane.
Oh, see, I didn't like it when I gave like the show a few episode shot, but I would say I enjoyed it a little more than the book.
I never watched the show, so
but I only got a few episodes in. I was like, I don't really care that much.
Fair. Hello, Stevie. Love her debut, Ace of Spades. It was pretty much like, I heard this, that is Little Liars at a boarding school with a Black gay protagonist. Hello, Sadia. Editing today. We love it. I love it. I love getting all the voice notes. For those who love Greek mythology books, I highly recommend Medusa by Rosie Hewitt. It's super short and so good. Okay, I will definitely check that out. It does. It feels like it was 10 years ago that we read this book. It may have been 3 weeks ago, but it feels like a long time.
It does.
Hello, Penelope. I'm here, but don't know how long we'll be able to stick around. Another wave of storms are headed our way. Oh no, I hope you keep your power. Trying to finish The Voyant and The Mark of Malice, but I'm only halfway, but I'm loving it. Nice. Need to also read Ace of Spades? Well, we might have to do this as a bonus read at some point.
At some point, not being like in the next 2 months or so.
When I say at some point, I'm looking months in advance at this
like
point.
It feels like a fall read to me, so like maybe in the fall.
I liked them about the same, but some aspects that Sean in book 1 were less in book 2 and vice versa. So it equals out, but they have different strengths. So it's a style difference. But it's still breakneck, but way less running from things and more political. Okay. Probably dip into cat. No, tried to merge those 2 words into one. Cat Cafe Manager. It's a cozy and doesn't require too much brain power. Nice. I will audiobook if I'm not doing quests and need to focus too hard. No, I haven't. Nope. And have no intention until Neva really forces me, to be honest.
I don't know if I'll read that one.
I think I'm going to have to because, I mean, we all know that at this point, the Can You Trust videos are happening in some systematic order. I don't know when that one's happening, but I have a sneaking suspicion that that will be the moment where I have to read it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. I'll be attempting to read Murder Road by Simone St. James, or I might go back to reading Heartless by Elsie Silver. That's my one for next month. I just finished Flawless today, so I will be moving on to Heartless next month. Really liked Pucking Around too. Need to read.
I hear good things. I'm just like, I just don't know if I can read an 800-page romance right now.
At least it's an audiobook.
That is true.
Like, that's a good thing. Send me Morse code and I can try to decode it for you. Okay, sounds good. I hope it would show up because the problem is it's like just an imprint.
But have you read the book? Has Alicia read the book?
Oh, good.
Because then how would, like, we wouldn't know if it's a spoiler. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it has to be someone who's read it.
True. Or we'll just wait and Google it when we've read it.
Yeah. I just don't want to get a spoiler.
I know. I'm nervous about it.
But we might, like, it might be a quote we don't even understand.
True. Until we've read the book to get context.
Yeah.
Reading The Kingdom by Joe Nesbo. Reading and finishing Funny Story.
Just got that.
This one I am going to read because Katie loved it so much and I want to. Haven't read more than a page today. It happens. That's fine.
I mean, I only read 7 today, so far.
I had to frantically finish Flawless today because I needed to. That vlog goes out Wednesday. Like I needed to finish it so that I could edit it and do the things. So that had to happen today. So I have read a couple hundred pages today because I needed to finish the book. Had a great April reading month. I've read 11 books this month so far. Nice. I've given out the most 5 stars this year. I don't know what's going on, but I'm happy, right? That's not something to complain about. That's amazing. But on the flip side, I've also DNF'd the most.
Maybe that helps. You just DNF and then you go on to the next one. You don't push through.
I would say it probably is kind of mixed in. Been giving a lot of 3 stars, it seems like this year. Same.
I was going to do a vlog where it's like, read until you can get a 5-star. And I'm like, hold on a minute. This could go a long, long time for me.
Literally, someone I know did this, and I cannot think of the creator that did it, but the video was like 3 hours long.
And like, yeah, it would basically be, well, I somehow have a capability of making my vlogs very short. So maybe it would only be like 30 minutes, but it would be like weeks on end, months on end.
Kelsey puts out a normal size vlog that took 4 months.
It's like 30 minutes. I jump cut like every bit I can.
I don't know how you do it. It's amazing. Me here rambling on about God knows what.
I just don't know.
It's a skill. You need to teach it to me because I have a 1 book vlog coming out on Saturday that is like 30 minutes long. I'm like, what did I talk about for 30 minutes?
I guess I'm used to getting to the point. Like, I'm just like, all right, we don't have time to chat because my job's very like to the point and get it done. So it's like, I don't use a lot of words to get what I need to get out into the world. I'm like, this, okay.
And then I sit here and ramble, so it's fine.
But it's fine. I like your rambles, so.
Oh, thank you. You have to say that because you're my friend. Hello, Lexi. Reading Fourth Wing tonight, but currently trying to get baby Sammy to go to the bathroom instead of just eating sticks. Fair. I hope you enjoy Fourth Wing. Hello, Morgan. Reading 7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo for a while, but probably won't be able to hang out for long. That's totally fine. Thank you for popping in for however long you can. Only had 1 3-star book this year. The rest have all been 4s and 5s. It's amazing. I'm actually really surprised. I'm usually not so impressed. I've been picking carefully, though. I think it is a part of like, you get better at DNFing, like Katie, or you do start to learn your reading taste a little bit. And that helps as well. A lot of my lower rated ones this month were for vlogs that I didn't necessarily get to pick the books for, which may also be the reasoning that it, kind of got off the rails a little bit. For the Throne audiobook before picking up Bloodmarked, but I'm hoping to finish it in the next day or 2. So I'll definitely be starting Bloodmarked this week. Try to catch up. No worries. As I said at the start of this video, I have like 4 buddy reads on the go. So like I can wait for you. I'm in no rush. Also, I support finishing For the Throne because I love that book. So that's fine. Hello, Nicole. How are you? Been having the worst luck with romance this year and feel like that's been dragging my ratings down. But I've had a couple of 5s for genres I rarely read, nonfic and magical realism. Oh, I love magical realism and I do not read enough of it. Like, I don't know why, but like, I really do.
What? 7 Year Slip is magical realism. I'm curious if her new one coming out, a novel love story, is also magical realism.
Ooh, probably.
I would imagine so because I haven't read any magical realism. So I need to read 7 Year Slip soon. But I'm curious.
I'm down.
Didn't look into see if a novel love story is also magical realism.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that I was looking into Ashley Poston and that Ashley Poston wrote some sci-fi.
Really? Okay, I didn't know that.
Before the 7 Year Slip. And I was like, I did not know that.
But I mean, truthfully, I've never heard of her until 7 Year Slip.
Right, exactly. I feel like that was when that name really hit the map in the book world, for sure. Although I'm sure people loved the sci-fi if you were into sci-fi, and knowing what was going on.
Yeah.
Had a lot of 3 stars this month, 1 2-star, no 5 stars.
Oh. Yeah, we're all like, I feel like everyone's kind of not getting a lot of 5 stars for the most part.
True.
Yeah.
My fantasy reads have been pretty mid or DNFs. Need some more books that blow me away for sure. We currently have a wild Darcy puppy. I know. I don't know. I literally was setting up sprints this week and I was like, oh, Tuesday night sprints are the last day of the month. Like, I guess we'll finish the month out strong. I was like, how did that happen? Think I'm going to reread Heartless with you guys next month. How can I say no to Cade? I am very excited to read Cade's book. Obviously, I don't know that much about Cade because he's in the first book, but not, no one's really in the first book much except for your like main characters.
Yeah, I wish I read it like recently because I read it back in, oh my gosh, I think like July, August. So like it's been a bit and I kind of forget characters now. So I wish I read it, but I didn't have time to reread. So I'm just gonna suck it up and
I think you'll be fine because
I think I'll be fine too.
Yeah. But I did like the little bit of Cade that I saw, and I loved Luke.
Yes,
Cade's son. So I have high hopes. I have no idea who our main female character is. I didn't know when I did my Timmy's TBR, and I thought that was because I hadn't read Flawless. And
maybe a new character. I feel like it's going to be a new character.
It must be someone that I have not met yet, or at least I'm assuming.
Yes.
I can decode it, and I don't mind being spoiled. I just put the book on hold at my library. Okay. I'm excited, and I will send you a picture of the aforementioned Morse code. I have been in a reading slump since Realmathon. That makes sense. I went hardcore for Realmathon accidentally. This has been my best reading month so far this year. 15 books so far. Amazing. Hello, Steph. Finally home from work and ready to relax and read. I need to decide if I want to start today's HP 7 pages or focus on my buddy read of Vows and Ruin. Ooh. That's a hard choice. I think I would pick doing your buddy read pages, but I mean, either's fine. Watched art videos, so now I assume all 30-minute videos took weeks and or longer to make. That's fair. Kelsey, is Instagram optimized? 5-minute vlogs are this might be why. This might be why, because
you have to fit it like in a short period. So now I'm like, I started that first. Now I'm going to YouTube. So I'm like, I just think I barely have any time. You're right. That's probably it.
That is probably why. Yeah. You know what? That's why people love us. It's fine. My last few videos have been 30 plus minutes. I can't seem to have them shorter. It happens. I feel like they just get longer and longer. It's fine. Mine do at least. Probably should have DNF several books this month, but I'm so stubborn.
I barely DNF.
Leandra, hello. How are you? Can't stay. That's totally fine. Thanks for popping in. But I'll be reading my buddy read pages with Danny of the Wickwire Watch. Ooh, I have this one on my Kindle, so let me know how it goes. Love magical realism. I need to read more. Yes, we believe that the novel love story is also realism.
And Katie, you might know, are they connected? Like, do I have to read 7 Year Slip first? Is there, because I don't know if Katie got an arc for that, the novel's love story.
Might have.
But if someone did, Katie's going to be the one. So
read.
Let me know, Katie, if you know. Do I have to read that one first before I read the second? Because that one may be coming up for a book club book in the near future, I believe. If I'm remembering correctly.
For us?
Yes. If I'm remembering correctly, that one does come up.
I don't have my list down here, so it could be.
My mind is remembering it, so let me know if I have to read that one first, because then I'll share it.
That's actually a great question, because I forgot that this was a B&K Book Club book. Is it?
I can verify. Hold on.
Do I need to read the 7 Year Slip quickly? Somebody tell me. You gotta love my face at the moment of realizing, like, I'm reading this book. Is this us doing this? Apparently. Yes, the main character finds herself in a book. By meet, I mean finally see him.
It is in the later months.
Yes. We did pick this book. Well, there you go, everyone. Even I learned something tonight.
You can tell who picked this one.
You can tell who picked this one. And also you can tell we picked them in December.
Yes.
That was a long time ago. Read The Dan Romantics by Ashley Poston, and I loved it. Okay, we have been chatting for 30 minutes, so I am going to stop us there. We're going to jump into our first sprint. I have no idea how many sprints we're going to do tonight. We're just going to let it kind of go because that's what B&K Book Club sprints are like. We just kind of go until we're done, which is obviously what we would do. I meant like until we felt like being done, not like, oh, anyway. It's fine, everyone. I will see you all in an hour. Hello, friends. How did it go? I got to page 31.
Nice. I got to page 14, but dinner, cleaning kind of took.
That's fair. And I also have an audiobook and you do not. So
that is very true.
There's
but I am liking it. Like, I mean, 14 pages in, I'm liking like the writing style and like where it seems to be going. I can't really tell, but I am liking like what I'm reading so far.
Yeah, fair. I am still at the part because I did read the synopsis to put this in my TBR game. I have not seen anything that I didn't know was going to be here, and I haven't really seen the thing that I know kind of launches the start of this book yet.
Okay, see, I read the synopsis like a while back, so I have no recollection.
I remember one thing in the synopsis, and I hope it doesn't take that long to get there, because that is the problem with reading synopses sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to, because I can kind of already see little hints that like I'm very close to it, which as long as it happens in the first 50 to 75 pages, I'm fine with it being in the synopsis. Because
I wonder if that's going to shock me then, because I did not read it I read it when I pre-ordered it December, January. Yeah.
Right. So I've read it fairly recently. Well, whenever I filmed my April TBR, but it's still like in my head that like, oh, this is coming.
Yeah.
So I'm still in the like setting up phase, you know, of the book, but I'm also enjoying it. I like the writing style a lot. I liked the content warning page. We love to see a content warning at the start of a book. And I also loved, which you won't know because I know you don't have the audiobook, but there is a whole page at the very start of this book of like if someone was writing lines on a chalkboard of the same sentence over and over and over again. It's right before part 1. How the audiobook did this was very good.
Okay.
It got me.
I wish I had the audio. Who knows? I might get it, but
that was like, but that's like one page, and like that's like the audiobook's good, but that was the only time where I was like,
wow, okay.
How they did that was good. So far so good. But like I don't have a lot of thoughts yet because nothing's really happened. She's just like at this school and she's just, you know, getting used to being at this school. Yeah. Which is, you know, the start of every dark academia book, basically.
The teacher or the principal, Miss Blackburn, is so rude.
She's awful.
It's giving me like Miss Trunchbull. Is that her name? Vibes from Matilda.
That is so funny because I literally thought Matilda. That's literally what I thought when I read it. This is why we're friends. Right here, everyone. Okay, let me scroll up to wherever.
Do you ever wonder that I was talking about this the other day with my boyfriend that like 90s movies and shows are a little like depressing, some of them? Like that, a series of unfortunate events, Beethoven, like a lot of them have an underlying like depressing tone. And I'm like, were these really appropriate for us to be watching back then?
What was the one with all the, was it Homeward Bound where all the animals go missing? That was traumatizing to me.
That was so sad. And I'm like, why were we able to watch these?
Like, I know all the pets make their way back to their home. But like, as a small child, I was traumatized.
I was so worried. Yeah.
And the porcupine scene with the dog, like I was not okay.
No. And didn't one fall in the water at one point and like almost drown?
As a cat.
Yeah. I'm like, how was this a thing?
The fact that we distinctly remember this just shows how traumatizing it was. Like it's a event.
Yep.
But I agree with you wholeheartedly because they were sad. Jamie joined us. Hello, Jamie. Reading a couple books today, starting with The Life Before Man by Margaret Atwood and a NetGalley arc of Apartment Women. Nice. Hello, Zoe. Just joining a little late. That's okay. We've just done one sprint. Sometimes talking is hard. A little late as I was just finishing up a coloring page that was a buddy color. Right, let's get stuck into this chonky book. Are you reading this book with us, Zoe? It sounds like it because this is a chonky book. Hello, JL. Hope you're all doing well. I finally hit my stride with Amina and I'm really enjoying it. I also went book shopping today at a local indie. Ooh, did you get anything? Let us know. Spent that whole sprint prepping meat and veggies for this week, plus making tacos for the night. That sounds yummy. About to sit and read.
Eat.
Yay. Hello, Rachel. How are you? Just got in. Gabby has been at the beach today, which is fabulous. Going to wrap up A Dowry of Blood and then probably read more of Daughter of Mine. I'm 28% in and enjoying it so far. So Gabby's getting a bit of a head start on Daughter of Mine. But this is our book club book. I was going to grab it. It's so far away.
I can grab it.
I'll make Kelsey go. This is our book club book for next month. And as we've kind of noticed, we've kind of gone on and off of who picked what. So this is Kelsey's pick, although I'm quite excited for it.
I love Megan Miranda books, but I know they're not for everyone. Like Rainey hates Megan Miranda books, I believe.
Yeah.
Like they're not for everyone. And I think Katie might not like Megan Miranda books either. But
I've only read one. So like I'm not well versed enough to really have an opinion. The one I read was like fine.
I feel like you might like it because her books are very character focused, and you tend to like be okay with the mystery that's character focused. So I think you'll like it.
I do. Watched about 6 to 7 videos. That's amazing. I'm so behind. So it was great to catch up. Oh,
I'm so behind.
Constant struggle. Got to 8% of my book read. Can't tell if Clovenhoof is going somewhere plot-wise or if it's just going to be an episodic comedy of errors. I'm fine with it either way. But still, yeah, I haven't actually heard of this book until I believe you were reading it in Sprints the other day, or someone else was, if it wasn't you, but I'm assuming it was you. Because I feel like this, title is not one that I hear often. So I hadn't really heard of it either. So it'd be interesting to see what you think of it when you're done. Finished my book with 15 seconds to spare. Nice. Was it a good one? We've been all talking about how April's been so rough. So let us know. 79% in. Loving this book. We love to see it. Had dinner and got to chapter 4 in Fourth Wing. Have you read Iron Flame yet?
Not yet, no.
I wasn't sure.
It's chunky and I need time. And I've been doing smaller books lately. So
that's fair. Said to film 2 videos and then had to fold some laundry, so no reading, but we'll finish my book in the next sprint. Nice. Also ate way too much ice cream. Delicious, but my tummy doesn't agree. This happened last night. Coda was mad that I didn't get ice cream because I said in Vanessa's Sprints that I was going to go get ice cream, and I did for my child, but I didn't get any ice cream because Milk and me are not friends. Turning our spare bedroom into a packing station for when I reopened the candle business. So spent the sprint organizing that, then started watching, this would be me, Timmy's vlog, and read 25 pages of Mind F. In the middle of chapter 464 of Court by Tracy Wolff. I don't think I know what this is. Do you?
I don't, but I don't know if it's the same. There's... Tracy Wolff writes this series. It's like a vampire series with like Crave.
Yes,
I don't know if it's part of that though.
I think it is now that you say that. Mm-hmm. Hello, Kay. On page 464. May have also been a little enthusiastic about the fact the ML in the series, male lead. And I was like,
mother-in-law?
I will figure this out. Male lead in the series isn't majestically endowed and well over 6 foot like most other romantic leads out there. A realistic main character. We love to see it. We do love Mind F here. I had a good time with that book. It really doesn't continue to be smutty. It's really only smutty in the first book.
Which kind of bothers me because I like a good mix, and the first one like really makes it seem like it's going to be like a good mix, and then it kind of drops. So I think it would have been 5-star if it like kept up the romantic part of it, but it literally just dropped completely.
I mean, there's still a romance in it, but it's not smutty.
It's not smutty at all. But I feel like the romance even takes a back seat a little bit too.
Oh, 100%.
Like I could probably deal with it if it was like you know, a little bit more of it, but it like completely went thriller, which I liked, but I wasn't expecting.
It really does dive completely thriller in the
Yeah.
subsequent. Well, I can only talk of the subsequent 3, but you've read the whole thing.
Yeah, it just keeps getting less and less, I find.
Mhm. Got to page 335, chapter 31. 4 more chapters left to go. You got this. On page 32, but I kept nodding off, not from boredom, but from tiredness. I was going to say, Zoe, it's getting late for you, almost midnight, and jolting myself awake. But we are, if you are reading this, which I think we decided that you were, so hopefully we are, that means we're basically on the same page because I'm on page 31. So we're basically together. Listen to 2 chapters of HP 7. Matilda, the OG Dark Academia. It's true. The 90s were depressing and the 80s were scary. I rewatched All Dogs Go to Heaven and was horrified. That is a rough one as well. That's
Like
rough.
they're rough nowadays, children's movies and books or movies and shows.
But in a different way.
A different way. Like they're almost like so, I don't know what to call immature or so like just meh. But like back then it was like kind of traumatizing. Like I feel like we need the like acting of back then and all that because now it's just like kind of cringy, I find. But like we were literally getting traumatized. So there needs to be a happy middle. So
we really were. You wonder why millennials have so many issues. I agree. Really liking the writing style. I read the synopsis in the bookstore when I purchased the book, but remember nothing about it going in effectively blind. Homeward Bound and Matilda. Love those movies. Maybe I just like traumatizing myself. I mean, I love Matilda. Homeward Bound was a rough one for me, but I
loved it, but it was stressful. As an animal lover, it was stressful.
Yeah. I was a kid that like cried at the drop of anything. So like an animal being lost was not something my little heart could handle.
Fair.
Which does that shock anyone? As we all know, I cry at every book ever. So like this, obviously I haven't changed that much. Miss Trunchbull was also the Aunt Marge in Harry Potter. Reading Atlantia. There we go. I got it. Is that right?
I don't know. I was seeing Atlantia, and I was like, that's not right.
It's Atalantia. Yes. I got there. By Jennifer Saint, nearly finished. Read Song of Achilles, or read Song of Achilles earlier today in one sitting, 5 stars. Completely agree with you. I love this book. Got to 90% in Apartment Women. Still really good so far. Might have to pick up Daughter of Mine so I can join next month too. I've never read a Megan Miranda. Ooh. Come, we will do it together.
And I will say, her books are usually really good on audio. I usually immersion read. So that's just one thing that I'm going to note.
Definitely, if you're thinking about joining us for next month and you want the audio from your library, because I know Libby does have it because I could put it on hold, I would do so now.
And it's also on Everend, if anyone.
Oh, nice. Nice. If I have time, I might also join next month with Daughter of Mine. Hello, Maria. Just joining. Going to be reading for the first time today, starting The Do-Over by Lynn Painter. Oh, I hope you have a good time. This is one of Nell's favorite books.
Is that the one I have? I have one Lynn Painter. No. Yes, I do have The Do-Over. That's the only one I have. I haven't read any from Lynn Painter.
I've read 2.
Okay.
And they're a bit too YA for my taste, but I think I would have loved them if I was like, still reading YA, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, as I say that, as I'm reading a YA right now.
But this
YA contemporary, this is a YA thriller. That's different. But I know Nell loves it, and I didn't dislike it. It was just YA. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It was a good YA though. My library's given me a week in which to read Daughter of Mine, hence the hurry. Very fair, very fair. Well, I kind of like that you're reading it because then we can get kind of your rating at least. I won't read your thoughts, but I can at least see your star rating and kind of see like how it vibed for you and, kind of set my expectations accordingly.
Yep.
I have The Arc of Daughter of Mine by Megan Miranda. It's on my TBR list for May. Should I start reading it on the first week of May or should I wait until the live to start reading it?
Whatever.
that's up to you, Glenda. It's totally fine either way because people have read this all throughout the month. We are just getting to it very late. We do know what day the live show is, though, for this, so we can tell you that. Kelsey's going to get it.
So,
Kelsey is now stuck. So I guess I will get it until Kelsey comes back.
Probably get back.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, did I disconnect there?
You did. So what did you say?
I said we're doing the live May 19th, Sunday, May 19th at 5 p.m. But we kind of have been going later in the month, but I feel like we'll kind of try to get earlier as the months go on. It's just hard to plan sometimes with schedules and stuff. True. But feel free to start it whenever. If you want to start it earlier, feel free.
For sure bought 7 books. We love it. A mix of fantasy and mystery. Very excited about them all. We never have until this year. And then this year we kind of did. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we just started throwing out like ones to like releases we were looking, and then it was like kind of back and forth. Mm-hmm. But last year we weren't really doing as many new releases. This year we're trying to do new releases because we both found we were like pre-ordering and then not getting to books that were coming out. And this is a good way to get new releases off our TBR. So
yep, absolutely. Tell you right off the bat, it is very British humor. So if you like that kind of comedy, it works. But if you don't, then it'll probably be a flop. Okay, perfect. That's good to know because like I do like British humor, but sometimes I like British humor when I watch TV shows. Sometimes I find it doesn't necessarily translate for me in books as well. I think that might have been part of the problem with Good Material. I don't think that was the only problem. I don't think that was the only problem.
But maybe I'll go back to that one day.
Who knows?
The cover's so beautiful, so I can't part with it yet.
That's fair. That's fair. Book 4 in the Crave series. Book 4. Got a vlog, half edited. Amazing. Absolutely no issue with the smut disappearing. Fair. Yeah, it didn't bother me either. I was fine for it to go completely Criminal Minds. Like that was fine.
I was fine with it, but because I wasn't expecting it, I feel like if I was advertised like that, I would have been like totally fine. But because there was so much, I was like, oh, okay.
And I think I had been warned enough to know that it wasn't super smutty because I think it was really marketed as dark romance. And I would not say that it is.
I think it did warn me that it wasn't. It was going to take a turn and be thriller, but I think I forgot by the time I read it. So
as long as they still have a bond and are romantically attached, I'm happy. Okay. Yes, all dogs, Fern Gully, and even the Care Bears movie. The Care Bears movie was very dark. I agree. I forgot about it until this moment.
I've never watched them.
Well, it was dark. I forgot that until it was mentioned just this moment, but you are correct. Also loved Troll in Central Park and Fern Gully. Also a little dark and strange. Oliver and Company was another rough one. I could deal with things to do with people.
Why don't I know any of these?
I don't know this. I don't know this one, but if it's about animals, that was I was the same way. Like, I don't like my animals getting upset. I need my animals to be okay. One set of friends' taxes is filed. Second one up next. Nice. You know, hate doing the taxes, but you got to do it, right?
Yeah.
I have also never finished the Never Ending Story because I got to the scene with the horse and was so traumatized. I've never gone back to finish it. I was about 6 at the time. That's fair. That's the traumatizing part. Does anyone remember the creepy Wizard of Oz sequel, Return to Oz? Yes.
Even Wizard of Oz, like there's a lot of bad things behind it. Yeah. If you know what I mean. Yeah.
100%. Traumatizing children's programs. Try the 80s. Did anyone see the live action Ewoks?
No. See, I wasn't alive in the 80s, so like I only saw ones that were like repeated in the 90s. So
I'm wondering if I'm saying this wrong too, because Ewoks to me are in Star Wars.
Yes.
So I could be saying this wrong too.
But I'm like not a Star Wars person, so I don't know.
Well, this is clearly not Star Wars. This Kids Family Gets Brutally
I would imagine
not in Star Wars. My Libyan hoopla does not have Daughter of Mine, but I could try and listen on Spotify. We'll see how much time I have. And apparently it is also on Everand. So
Yeah, and if you haven't had Everend before, I believe Brittany has a code that you could use.
I do. It's in my videos. Actually, it's probably in the description box of this live show. Right at the moment of like, this is the date. The internet was like,
gotta
no.
happen. My internet's gotta cut out at one point in the sprints. It's like a thing now. So
that's fair. At least, I'm the one running it. So it's
well,
fine.
technically, either one of us can run it. So at least for that.
This is very true. Is a very different vibe from the other series, Odd Jobs. Honestly, I would suggest that series if you want to read their writing. Love that series. Okay, I'm going to start this and I will check that out. I wasn't a Care Bears kid, but I ended up watching the second movie as a kid and loved the villain because he was red-haired like my mom. I love that. Was shallow about TV when I was young. Oliver and Company is one of the most criminally underrated Disney movies. This is a Disney movie?
I need to look this up.
To be honest, I thought it was like a British movie that I just didn't know about because it was British. I need to look into this.
Same.
Because I have never seen this. And if it's a Disney movie, it must be on Disney Plus. So I could watch it.
Yep.
Hello, Jen. How are you? I'll be reading Unwinding Anxiety tonight. I really want to read this book. It sounds really interesting. There are several spin-offs of, I'm going to just go with Ewok until someone tells me that it's wrong. Because I don't know what else it would be. Loved them, but they were darker fantasy. Wait, Billy Joel voiced Dodger. How am I learning this now? Love Oliver and Company, and it is on Disney Plus. Okay. Do I see a watch along in our future? Potentially.
Yes.
Do I have time for that? No.
No. And then we also want to do the Olsen twin movies.
We've been talking about this behind the scenes, y'all. Because who now has the Olsen twin movies? What streaming service?
It's on Crave. Or is it? Yes, it's on Crave. So if you have Crave, which I don't know if it's Canadian or not only.
That's since we are both Canadian, I cannot answer that question.
Yeah. But a lot of them have been added. Not all of them, but like Switching Goals, Billboard Dad, Passport to Paris.
Is Winning London on? Because that was my personal favorite.
It's not, but apparently someone was telling me that a lot of them are on Amazon. Like the You're Invited to Mary Kate and Ashley, Sleepover Party, Birthday Party, etc. Like those 30-minute ones. So I wonder if some of the movies are on Amazon as well.
Okay. Because like, honestly, I haven't seen this since I was a kid, but I was an Olsen girl.
Yes.
When I was growing up.
I have them all on VHS, but it's like they're on VHS.
Right.
Like they're at my parents on VHS.
I actually think that a few years ago, there was like a sale of the DVDs with like multiple of their movies on one DVD that I bought.
Yeah.
And I think it's upstairs. I don't think I ever watched them because no one would watch them with me, which was very rude of my family. So now that this was before I met all my Booktube friends.
Oh,
and had friends that would watch them with me. So now I have all of you. So like, screw those people who won't watch them with me. Like,
I was telling my boyfriend, I'm like, oh my God, they're on there. And he's like, who are these people? And I was like, we had a different childhood, clearly.
Ewoks are in Star Wars, but they had a spin-off cartoon. Oh, it is based off okay. So I am saying it right, because if it's based off the movies. Okay. So glad more people are commenting about Oliver and Company, because I was starting to wonder if I was the only person to know it. No, it's just us that don't. We're the odd ones out. It's fine. Yes, it is Ewok. Would watch it again. Love all the Olsen twins movies. My favorite being Holiday in the Sun was a good one. Passport in Paris was a good one. I don't know why Winning London was my favorite, but it just was.
Mine was Switching Goals because I was like obsessed with soccer back then, even though I didn't really play soccer, but like I was obsessed with it. Or Billboard Dad. Oh, they're all so good. But I also love like that You're Invited to Mary Kate and Ashley's. Sleepover Party, Birthday, etc. I love those.
Come on, I even watched like the mystery agency ones. Remember those?
Yes. And I had the books too, the mystery books. Like I had them all. I still probably have them somewhere at my parents'.
Crave is only Canadian. How rude. But it looks like a lot of people have them on DVD, so we'd probably be
Yes.
okay.
Yes. And they might be on Amazon. I don't know. I will check that.
This might be why we didn't know, because if it was an 80s movie, maybe we just missed it by a couple years. Because we're both 90s kids. I have them all on DVD. Although, Kels, I know you're a 90s kid, but you're younger than me because I'm barely a 90s
Yeah,
kid.
I'm 94.
Right. Yeah, I just scraped in, but I'm 2 months into the 90s.
Okay,
I just made it. Just.
And we kind of have differences too, because there's certain things we talk about. I'm like, I don't know that, but you do. So it's crazy how much like a few years can make a difference.
It's true. We have discussed that before.
Yeah.
I used to binge the Mary-Kate and Ashley movies. I 100% had a Rainbow Bright.
I did not watch this.
Watched the movie 100%. I loved it 100%. I watched the movie and I also had a light bright, and they were really like, you know.
Wait, what is this? I need to know.
Well, at first I thought they said light bright, and then I was like, oh no, Rainbow Bright.
Because I had a light bright. Like
right. Well, at first I thought that's why I was like, oh, I had a light bright. And then I was like, oh no, Rainbow Bright, that was the movie. But I also had a light bright.
Yeah, no, I had a light bright. But like Rainbow Bright is not ringing a bell.
Good things. But I was like answering thinking I knew what it was. And then I was like, no, I have seen the movie. But also I had like, you had to be in my head to follow that train of conversation. But it made sense in my head. I've been sitting here thinking about things I watched as a kid. I love how Spurns can go in any direction.
I know.
Seriously, any which way. Also, hello, Jess. Just tuning in. I have so many books to read and finish today and tomorrow. Plus, I need to film and edit. Relatable. 100%. Loved the Rainbow Bright. I'm going to mix them up because my brain just saw bright and went light bright. Bought the DVD. 90s kid too. Rainbow Bright. Oh, I'm older than you. Well, then how do you then the math doesn't make sense that's why I didn't know the movie then. Because I'm older. No, you are not old. Not at all.
There's a ton of 80s babies here, I'm sure of it.
We're all, different ages in the group. 92. Biker Mice from Mars. I don't know this either. I'm sorry.
I feel like it also depends where you live because different things are shown, different shows and movies too. So
this is true. Yeah, because we've talked about this I remember on Bestie Sprints once. There was something that came up. I do not remember what it was. But Kelsey and I were like, what? And everybody else who was from the Americas knew exactly what was going on. And I was like, clearly this is something that did not air here.
Yeah.
Which is very possible that happened. But if it's a Disney movie, that's not the case in this instance because we would have got all the same Disney movies.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure why. But anyway, loved my light bright. Well, I'm glad you were following my weird two things happening in my brain at once conversation. Light Bright, Hug a Bunch, Strawberry Shortcake, Pound Puppy, Cabbage Patch Kids. Yes. I had them all. Does anyone remember what were they called? They were furries? They were Furbies.
Yes.
And it would come alive in the middle of the night and scare the bejesus out of you as a child.
Yep.
Again, this is why millennials have issues.
Yeah.
These are toys.
And like beanbag babies, I used to collect those.
Right.
You remember beanbag? You remember beanbag babies, right? And like everyone was like, save them because you'll be able to sell them for like millions of dollars later. Where? No. I still have them.
No, absolutely not. My child would look at the toys that we played with and be like, what is this? Like, why?
Yep.
Like, I don't know. It was fun. 86, 83, 82. See, we're all over the place here.
Yep.
No, you're not old. 87. I got the best of everything. You love it. Hubby and fiance is 71. I love how I'm dropping the 19, so it sounds like I'm saying the age, but it's the year. 84. Biker Mice is American and came over to the UK. Did it come to Canada, though? That is the question.
It doesn't sound familiar.
I don't remember it. That doesn't mean it didn't come here, though. Big strawberry shortcake girly. Okay, that is the end of our chatty time. So we are going to jump in to our next sprint, and I will see you all in an hour. Hello, friends. I got to page 59. Yeah, 59.
I got to page 33.
Oh, nice.
I didn't read. I'm finding it like I need to leave my phone away because like I keep getting a notification and then I like answer and I'm like, I need to stop.
That's fair. I'm kind of worse for that too. I was doing some stuff for the Patreon in that one too, so I understand.
Yeah.
But I'm still making progress. The thing that I knew was happening has happened. So now
Okay.
now we're moving to
That's good then because you were kind of worried that it would happen like far in. So
too late in. So I feel like it happened within the first 50 pages. So I don't mind that. That's fine.
I'm getting sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm getting weird vibes from Elizabeth. I will say that.
Mm.
And I'm getting like so they were describing like I think 10 pages ago at least maybe they were describing like the unholy trinity group and etc. That gave me very Mean Girls vibes and I feel like the main character is gonna get pulled into that group. Like it's just the way they were describing it felt like that scene in Mean Girls where they're like going over all the different tables and and the three girls and then like the new one's gonna get pulled in. Like it just gave me that vibe, but obviously it's a thriller, but yeah.
No, it definitely does. The one thing that keeps throwing me off is one of their teachers, which I forget what class he teaches. His last name is Michaelides. And every time it's said or shown in the book, I just keep thinking of the author.
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't gotten there yet, but yeah.
It's a very small thing because it's like it's only like they've gone to class twice. Like I've maybe seen it like 3 times, but like it just throws me off every time.
Quick question. How do they pronounce the main character's name?
Sade.
Sade. Okay. Because I know they said how to pronounce in the first little bit, and I briefly went back and I was like, where is it? Because I want to like say it in my head right. Okay.
Sade, which I'm glad that the audiobook and also the book does it phonetically, like you said in one of the chapters for people who don't have the audiobook.
Yeah.
But when I did my synopsis, did Sade because that's how I had read it, obviously.
Yeah.
But it is Sade.
Yeah. Okay.
So, or at least that's how the audiobook says it.
That recalls correctly from what I remember. I was like, what page was it on? I was trying to go back and I couldn't.
Yeah. The phonetic pronunciation is how it's done. Yeah. Sorry, I'm scrolling in the comments to figure out where the heck we were. I think it was when Rye came back. Hello, Rye. Rye's back and finished editing the Apollycon vlog, and I'm very excited to see all the Apollycon vlogs from everybody who was there this past week together. And I'm sure there's a lot of like collab videos coming out this week from Apollycon. I'm excited for all of the content. Sad I couldn't have gone, but excited to watch all the content. But also, today on Katie Sprints, Katie mentioned that a bunch of our friends were getting together this weekend.
Yeah, I think like Nell, Leandra. I don't know who else, but I did know.
There was a chunk of people.
Yeah.
And I was like, I wish I was closer.
Yeah.
It's going to be so fun to see all of that too, like see their pictures and stuff. Like I'm a bit jealous, but like excited for them as well. So, both things. Hello, Flora, starting these violent delights. Oh, CRA account issues. Lovely. Gotta love that. But this is true. That is the bright side. Just realized I combined Hey Arnold and Arnold to make Hey Arthur. You know what? I love it either way because I liked both of those shows.
Yeah.
Very different vibes. But like
I actually have a funny story about Arthur. So like I would watch it when I was very young, and apparently my mom had to like stop me from watching it because I was acting like DW. So I'd be like, you know how she's kind of a brat? Like I'd start answering like DW and like very rudely. So like whenever she would ask something, so like my mom had to stop me from watching it. So because I love DW, I found her funny. So I think I tried to act like her to be funny, but it was bratty. So
that's fair. I would not let my child watch. Well, like if he wanted to watch it, I would, but I did not introduce it. So it never really got into our TV watching was Caillou. Cause I was like, absolutely not. What a whiny child.
Yeah. No. That was another one I watched. Little Bear that one was a good one though.
This is true. Hello, Rainy. Just got off Bible study, now figuring out what I'm teaching tomorrow since the showcase is over, and then gonna read some of Heartless Hunter.
Nice.
Finished my book, Battle of the Labyrinth. It was all right, 3.5 stars. So exciting for a finished book, but could have been better, but it could have been worse too. That's right in the middle.
Yeah.
I'm going to be reading Pucking Around. A couple people were reading Pucking Around. We were talking about it earlier. Hello, Courtney. How are you? And this was interesting because I don't see very many people in my time zone. So
True.
I was like, wait a second. This is Atlantic time zone.
And this came in a few minutes ago, but it's 8:08 p.m. here now. So I'm an hour behind.
Yeah. It's so rare for people to be here in the comments and be in Atlantic time zone that I got excited.
Yeah.
So far, so good. Yes. Which I think is a resounding success, better than the last few.
Powerless was like good for me and like good for you, but not like amazing.
Yeah, that's true. But
yes, last month was a rough one.
I feel like we haven't had a consistently where everyone's liked it in a while.
No. Yeah, because it was Midnight is the Darkest Hour, Gone Tonight.
I DNF'd.
Yeah. Wreck the Halls, Engagement Party, both not great.
No.
Good Material, Powerless, and then Good Material, and then this. So I'm hoping
Powerless was the most successful of that.
Yes.
Of that set, for sure. For sure. Got a few pages read of True Blood and 45 minutes of Iron Flame listened to. Oh, and Kitty cuddles over coffee. Looking for garden gloves for my mom. Talk about pink tax. It's so true. This is such a thing. 2 pairs of garden gloves, same size, same brand. The pink ones labeled ladies was twice as much. She's getting blue. That's right.
Yep. And same with kids. It's like kids, you can kind of get large and then save a ton of money sometimes.
Well, and even kids' toys, though, this is a thing. Like, you will have the same toy. One's blue, one's pink, and the pink one's more.
Yeah, I know. It's so dumb.
Listened to some Zodiac Academy on my walk and caught up with my mom. I think I might start Where Sleeping Girls Lie in the next sprint. Yes, join us. At 61%, it looks like if I spend my free time actually reading, I might actually finish before the month is over. Well, luckily, we've got lots of sprints over so many of our channels over the next few days, so we will get you through it. 60%, and it's totally a web of relationships, which I'm loving. Okay. I can see that even in my early days of like, I think your comparison to Mean Girls, but make it thriller is probably pretty accurate.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting those vibes so far, but I feel like people are going to do sketchy things. Like Elizabeth, I have my eyes on her.
Sketchy things are already happening.
Yeah.
Give yourself another 20 pages. Almost through the second chunk of Daughter of Mine, around 35%. Pretty into it so far, but with thrillers, the end means a lot for how I feel about it. Yes, absolutely. Watched another 4 videos, I think. I've lost track now. Ate a snack while I waited for my husband to come back from dinner. Very nice. Read the first 50 pages and made it to chapter 7. Maria, what were you reading? Were you reading? I don't
remember.
I don't remember either. You might have to remind us. I feel like it was Where Sleeping Girls Lie, but now I'm like second guessing myself. You know what I mean?
That's what I thought, but I'm like, I just don't know.
We're probably, who knows? 63 pages. Enjoying it so far, but we'll be heading off to sleep now. Sadly, that makes sense. It is getting late. I'm even getting a bit sleepy, and I'm 4 hours behind you. So 90%, so close. Sade, like the singer. Thought about the other Alex Michaelides when she mentioned that teacher too. For a hot second, I was actually really hoping that somehow she would have like a nod to like the silent patient or something. Like maybe he was the school psychologist or something. Like that would have been fun to do. I don't know if they could have got away with that for like.
Well, it's not his full name. It's just like Mr. So like.
Right.
So there's a lot of people with that last name, hypothetically.
Right. I would have liked that thing, but they do mention the teacher's Canadian. I do not think that Alex Michaelides is Canadian, but like I don't actually know.
Is this author Canadian?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so.
Why did I think? Why did I think yes?
I don't think so. I think it's a Yeah, London. No.
Oh, okay.
No. I didn't think so.
I feel
Mostly,
like a book recently, I feel like one of our book club picks it because I was looking it up randomly just to
Mhm.
see. Yeah. No.
Yeah, I feel like because when you look at how something's read, you instantly decide how you say it, just phonetically.
Yeah.
So when it's not what you immediately think, it's hard to change what you've already
I know.
said. Do you know what does that make sense?
Well, because at first it like looks like it should be Sadie, like
Right,
Sade, and then like
right.
because Sadie is Sadie, so I was
Mhm.
like Sade, and then they said very early on they said how to pronounce it, and then I kind of had that in my head, but then it kind of went back, so I'm
Yeah.
trying to.
And you're right. This pronunciation is beautiful, but like when you see something spelt, you just instantly read it one way, and then it's really
Yeah.
hard to change your brain
Yeah.
to think otherwise.
Yeah.
I did not end up reading. I sat here and scrolled through my books for my May TBR. I mean, that's good use of time because you got to get that figured out. It's almost May somehow. I don't know how.
I know.
I wish
Same.
I lived close enough to everyone. I know. I was so jealous too.
Yeah.
Live in upstate New York, but I'm still so far from everyone. Well, even us. Like a lot of people think we have met because we've known each other for 2 years,
At
3,
least maybe 3, yeah.
maybe 3.
2021. Yeah.
And we both live in Canada, but so you'd think we would have met in person, but Canada's big, y'all.
Like upstate New York is closer for me to drive to than
Correct.
Nova Scotia. Yeah.
Correct. Like Canada's really large.
And it's so expensive to fly. Like it's actually
Ooh,
cheaper for me to fly to somewhere in the US than
yes.
like I could travel to Florida to see Rainy,
Mhm.
cheaper there and back, cheaper than to go to Nova Scotia.
It's
Yeah.
true. So we have yet to meet each other. We've talked about it because I was going to go to Ottawa for something that fell through. You
Yeah.
were going to come here, and then I think that fell
I
through
don't think
or
it's
it got
happening this year
postponed or
price point
whatever.
wise. Like flights are
Yeah, it is
outrageous.
very expensive to fly right now.
It's outrageous. So I'm like, maybe there'll be a chance, like, if flight prices like calm down in the
Mhm.
fall. If not, maybe next year. It's there's no reason for it to be this pricey.
No, absolutely.
Doesn't make sense.
There was a part at the beginning when she arrived where the mean teacher says it's wrong and we get the correct pronunciation. Yes.
Yeah.
I would act like DW too. For a second, I was like DW, and I was thinking it was like a book acronym. And I was like, what does that stand for? That's why I couldn't watch Drake and Josh, though. I would pull pranks on my siblings, like Megan, their sister. I mean, now that we know all of the stuff that was going on behind the scenes, probably good that you didn't get attached.
Yeah.
Like now it's like, oh, my childhood for shows sometimes are like being like destroyed. Luckily, I was not a Nickelodeon kid. I
Me
was
neither.
because I don't feel like Nickelodeon was as big in Canada as it was.
No, because I think
Um,
like most parent or most families like had like packages and it
yeah,
was more expensive to get that package. So
it
I only
was
had family and
right.
like TVO kids and
And like
then
PBS kids.
YTV. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Caillou's a hard no. Franklin the Turtle was great.
Franklin, yeah. And
Agreed.
like Clifford the Big Red Dog, that's another good
Fabulous.
one.
Have you watched the live action Clifford?
I have not.
It's actually good other than that um Jack Whitehall does an American accent and is not good. Like I don't
Okay.
understand why he did an American accent cuz he's the brother of a woman in the show. Like that's his place. Is he
Mhm.
is her brother and he watches her daughter. And she's British. So I'm not really sure why he could not have just been British
That makes no sense.
when he is actually in real life and has an actual British accent but tried to do an American. It was strange. It
Yeah.
was a choice. But other than that was good. Caillou is annoying. It's true. Finished. Oh, I have to remember how to say this. Atalantia. There we go. 4.5 stars. I just want to call it Atlanta. And I know that's wrong, but like my brain wants to be like,
I know.
12% of unwinding anxiety. It's pretty interesting so far. Hello, Stacy. Joining in late. This weekend has been chaotic. Reading All Systems Red. Ooh, I liked that book. And it's a nice quick read. It's not too big. I think it's like a 3-hour audiobook. So it's not too bad. 1:08 a.m. in the UK. 8:08 here. Love Franklin. Franklin was great. Now I have the song stuck in my head. Hey, it's Franklin. Red Wreck the Halls for a different book club. What a mess of a book.
I've given up on Tessa Bailey books, I think. I don't think I'm going to keep purchasing them.
I will say Fangirl Down was good, and even Bree agreed with me.
Okay.
And Crystal agreed with me, which are people who were like off Tessa Bailey as well. So I will say that one was actually good. I'm a bit concerned about the next one because I feel like that's what happens is her sequels let me down.
Yeah, I still have to read Unfortunately Yours, and I don't have high hopes for it. That's the last one I have to read from her right now.
I wouldn't have high hopes for that either because I hated it.
Ugh.
Need to assess and decide which books I'll actually finish before the month is over. You are in the middle of quite a few buddy reads. I know this from yesterday's sprints that I was popped into the comments for a minute. Raven Boys is a possibility, and maybe Binding 13. Switch to Kindle, and I'm flying. Oh, yes, the do-over.
Right.
We knew this. We try our best to remember, y'all. We really do. It's like a quiz every sprint. It's definitely a thriller, Mean Girl vibe. Reminds me of some of Liane Moriarty's novels, but a YA version, and I'm digging that. Nice. Also, I had the idea pop in my head. I feel like other people plan bookish friend retreats. If only we could do one together, that would be so fun.
That would be so fun. I went on one with 9 or 10 other bookstagrammers in my city like recently, and it was so fun. We read the same book. It was such a good time. So I'd love to do that.
Me too. I just don't know how we'd ever do it.
I know.
Or where.
It would have to be in the US because like flying in Canada is so expensive, and I feel like it's more expensive for like, I don't know actually if like Americans come to Canada, is it because for us it's cheaper to fly to the US, but is it for America, like people in the US, is it cheaper for them to fly to us and back? I don't know.
I have no idea.
I just know it is cheaper for us to fly there than
well, and I think they need a passport.
Yeah.
So, there's that to consider as well.
Yep.
Need to plan my May TBR and film it. Good night, Zoe. Thank you for hanging out. I mean, it was 3 before me and Neva met. It was 3 before me and Neva met.
3 years.
3 years. Oh, yeah.
Okay. I mean, if it was cheaper, I would have been over there in a second. Like if it was only $200 or $300, I'd be like, sure.
100%. It just has not worked out.
I know.
Kelsey, come to Florida.
I should. I've never been actually.
You've never been to Florida?
No, I've only been to New York, Pennsylvania, and I think that's it in the States.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't been far in there.
Yeah, I haven't been to Florida in a long time, but I have gone to Disney. Got to my May TBR figured out, but trying to place it with the prompts and the readathons in May. This is always the challenge. Also trying to figure out my Goodreads goal of 52 books. Right? 100%. Who? Do you like sci-fi? I don't know if you've ever, I can't think of a sci-fi you've read. So like, I just don't like, that's one I actually like, don't know what you think of sci-fi.
I feel like Rainey does like sci-fi. I feel like Rainey has read sci-fi and liked sci-fi.
I feel like you would probably like it, but like, I don't remember you reading sci-fi, but if you like sci-fi, I think you would like it. If that makes sense. Hello, Beth. I'm in Oregon. Opting out of Tessa Bailey, too many poor shows. That's fair. Completely fair.
I agree.
Good night. Thank you. Reading Glossy about the Glossier brand. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I don't know if I like sci-fi. Oh, it's no. That's okay. Don't base sci-fi off Project Hail Mary. People go on about Andy Weir, and here's the thing. As a person who likes sci-fi, that is not the type of sci-fi I like. So, but I think people talk of it as like it's the pinnacle of sci-fi, and I disagree. I strongly disagree. I think if you like really, really science-based sci-fi where it's very strong in the science, then yes, you would probably like Andy Weir. But I think sci-fi should be able to be read and not fully understand all the science. I should not have to have a science degree to read sci-fi.
Fair. Yeah.
And that's I don't want sci-fi to make me feel stupid. I want it to make me feel intrigued to find out what this technology is or whatever is the sciencey thing. So I did not read Project Hail Mary, but I did read The Martian. Well, I tried, and I gave up after the poop potatoes. If you've read it, you'll know what I'm talking about. So like, I just don't think that's a good, like, that would not be where I would say to like, see if you like sci-fi. That's not where I would start. Absolutely not. There's a lot. I would start with either a thriller-based sci-fi if you were a super thriller person, or because there's a lot of sci-fis that lean towards a fantasy feel while still being sci-fi. If that makes sense. They're not really fantastical. There's nothing fantastical about them. It's all science fiction based technology or whatever, but the vibe of it is fantasy feeling. Or you have your thriller based ones. So that's where I would stick if you're like just dipping your toe in. And there's my my soapbox that I just went on. It's like, let me tell you, because people talk about it like it's the best, and it is if you like that kind, but I don't think that's necessarily a kind that is the masses are not going to like that kind.
Like I feel like someone who's like into science or does science for their job, like that's what I hear about that book, that it's very sciencey, and like I know I will not like that. I do not like science.
Or if you're a hardcore sci-fi reader and have read sci-fi for a very long time, again, I think you would probably enjoy it. But if you are new to sci-fi, or maybe don't like I said, I just don't like that where I feel like I don't want to feel stupid.
Yeah.
Kelsey's having faith in me. There are also battles. This is true. I think it's a good one to start off on. Like, it's not super science heavy. And it's short. Like, it's a tiny little novella. It's not very long. The audiobook is also very good. Loved All Systems Red and the next two novellas. Hoping to get the fourth one soon. Yeah, it's a very particular corner of sci-fi. Exactly. It's very particular. So, like, don't base sci-fi off Andy Weir. Not saying Andy Weir is bad. Just that's not what most sci-fi is like. There you go. Same. Like, there's plenty of space opera, sci-fi, or other brands that are perfectly accessible to non-scientists. Yes, Gabby, we are in agreement. As someone who works in science, I don't want to read sciencey sci-fi. It's either wrong or feels like work.
That's how I feel about it. It's like I'm reading to like not think, like, because I don't do a lot of science, but I do like math in my job because I work in accounting. It's like I don't want to think after, like I want to just read, and even if it's a little, like I have to decipher and remember things, fine, but I don't want it to feel like I'm reading like a textbook kind of thing. So.
And that's why I kind of say some read like fantasy, because even though they're not fantastical, the world building that explains the science feels like fantasy. It feels like world building, even though it's explaining science to you.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like you're learning world building. So it's not like, oh, like you have that same level of learning as you would in a fantasy novel, if that makes sense. But you're learning science, but like
low level science. So I could do that.
Right. But you're learning about like how this air has different particles in it, or, you know, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think, yes, Rainey would like this because it is technically sci-fi romance, which I would say leans slightly to a genre adjacent to fantasy romance.
Interesting.
Look at that. So yes, I actually would say yes to that. That actually might be a good place for you to start, as a sci-fi romance.
Yeah, because Rainey loves romance, so.
Well, you like romantasy, and if the science fiction is written in a fantasy way where the science is world building, and it's going to feel romantasy to you. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. There you go. I'm glad I could help you all. That doesn't shock me in the least. I haven't read the second book, but I was expecting that. I had heard that from Danny, because Danny had picked up the second book, and I kind of was like, how much of the relationship is the second book and how much is it explaining all the other things that I read about? Because there's a lot happening in these books. And that was my question. So that's not surprising to hear that. I know Tennille just finished this book. And the second one, there's a romance in it. It's not romantic because it's science fiction, but it's what would be the way to blend those two together? Has some friends who enjoyed the Everina Maxwell too, which has some politics, but also a good bit of queer romance at its core. Ooh, I don't think I know what these books are. I will have to look this up. It goes in waves. It's not all romantic. And I feel like, but that's kind of what fantasy romance is like anyway.
Yeah.
Is there's waves of it. Like there's points where the world is in what's happening in the bigger world is a bigger part, but then you still have that underlying romance. So
yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like then I could do sci-fi because I'm not like a huge well, I've never read sci-fi, and like it's always kind of like not been something that I want to read just because of how it pulls a lot of science. Like it pulls very sciencey, and I've never heard of any that like are not really sciencey. So maybe I could give that one a try.
There's definitely some thrillers that also would like not necessarily lean, because again, you're looking at more, especially in the thriller genre, although some of them can be a bit more science heavy, but you're looking at them more focusing on like AI or something, you know, something of that nature that has gone awry. The AI ones always are a little bit creepy because now the world is like actually that, but like also it's fascinating because
it's fascinating
very
and scary all at the same time.
Correct.
It's amazing what it can do, and it's scary what it could do.
100%. And we're like kind of living in the world as that's kind of happening. And it's very applicable to now, but it's also stressful.
Yeah.
Ocean's Echo. Oh, I have heard of Ocean's Echo. I guess I just didn't connect those, but I still want to make sure it's on my TBR because sometimes I will forget to go and add something to my TBR. Like I'll be like, oh, I'm going to go add that.
Yeah.
And
all the time.
My brain leaves my person at that time. It's on my TBR, but haven't gotten there yet. I've heard to start with Blake Crouch, and also I'm going to say this author's name wrong, but we're just going to go with it. Scalzi.
That sounds right to me.
We're going to go with it. I've heard by both, and I've heard Blake Crouch is amazing. I definitely need to. And I basically have heard you can kind of go no wrong with Blake Crouch's books, and they are sci-fi thrillers as well. So if you like thrillers, that might be a good place to start. Ocean's Echo's on my TBR. Got it on clearance. Laura said it was really good. Laura, I'm assuming you're talking about Laura from the Book Hermit. Laura does do a lot of sci-fi reading and is a good place to get some recommendations as well. Want to try the cat one? Oh, yes. Me too. Because this one just looks interesting. But like, I'm always here for a cat book. That's what I learned doing 30 manga in 30 days. Was like, I'm down for a cat book anytime. That's it. Okay, we're at the end of the comments. So I am just going to reset the timer, but that's difficult in this set. So just 1 second. I have to leave the ambiance and then go back. Why? I don't know, but it's how it needs to be done. So this, I think, so what we can do, this can be the last sprint, or we could do a shorter one after this.
I feel like we'll do the last. This will be the last, unless you. How short? Do you want to do like a half hour after that, or?
It'd probably be a 45 because I have to do bedtime.
Okay, maybe we'll just do a this.
We'll just do last one. Perfect.
Yeah. I'm an old lady now. I go to sleep earlier. I get up earlier.
I feel you. And the next 2 nights, I'm doing sprints until midnight. So
I mean, we're back on tomorrow anyway together.
Are you? So. It's like, and so be you. So like, do we need to do 3 nights? I don't know. So this will be the last sprint, but I will also drop the link to Nicole's because I think Nicole and Coda are going to be going for a while. So we'll come back, we'll do a little chat, and then we'll send you off for some more sprints somewhere else on the internet. But I will see you all in an hour. Before we dive into the comments, I just wanted to address this because ML, I saw this as I was scrolling up to figure out where we were in the comments. And I'm so sorry that you've had been dealing with all this all week. This is a stressful situation when you were in the same country. I cannot even imagine how stressful that added bit happened. I am so glad that your mom is okay and is being released. This is wonderful news. But also, that is a lot. And I'm sending you all the virtual hugs because I'm sure you could use them. So I wanted to just stress that first because we are going to keep this chatty bit to about 7-ish minutes because I have to go do bedtime. So we're going to keep it short. I did post the link to Nicole's sprints because Nicole and Coda are sprinting. So if you want more sprints, that is where you're going to want to go. But I did get to the end of chapter 8, and that's when I stopped.
So that's, I think, day 1 pages, right?
It is, yes.
So that's I'm at chapter. Sorry?
That's page 80.
Okay, yeah, I'm at page 58, which is chapter 7.
So we're not that far apart.
No, I feel like I've been kind of reading it slow. I find that happens with thrillers. Like I want to get all the details in my mind. So I think it'll pick up. I'm really loving it though, to be honest.
Me too.
Yeah, I really like it so far. I got to the part that you were talking about on the back, I believe.
Yes, I think you probably have by this.
Which I wasn't shocked because I felt like it was hinted at for a bit.
Absolutely. I was kind of sad to put it down though, because there is something on the next page that I could see when I turned it. It's very obvious.
Okay.
And I was like, what is that?
This is like everything I wish Catherine House was going to be.
Well, this isn't weird. It follows a very like...
Yeah, it's very like... But that's how I expected Catherine House to be. More like...
Right.
But I don't know if I knew it was horror or maybe because I'm not really like a horror person. I just thought it would be like more like that. So I'm loving this.
Me too. I love Dark Academia, y'all. Hello, Julie. How are you? I'm sorry you popped in at the very last sprint, but I'm glad that you're here. Made it to chapter 9. These chapters seem to be getting longer. Isn't that the worst when that happens?
I like when they get shorter, then you're like feeling more accomplished.
Me too. Here's the link to Nicole's sprints. So we will be jumping over there. Nicole has 50 something minutes left on the sprint. Is Nicole on last sprint though? I assume she's going to do more sprints though.
I would imagine so.
I'm assuming she'll go for a fair few more hours. I could be wrong, but I just assume that. Yes, 100%. You're welcome. We love you.
That's scary.
Very.
Scary. Especially when you're on vacation. And then it also like if you go back home, you're cutting your vacation short, and then a lot of times it ends up fine. But then if you don't want to go, it just like it ruins the whole thing. So it sucks.
Well, and I think it was her mom that was on vacation. Like I think not ML.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. And that's scary too because they're not at
in
home,
a foreign country in the hospital. Luckily, Belgium is,
yeah,
I'm sure has a wonderful.
You have health insurance though, because some people don't get travel health insurance. So then it's like really scary when you have to go to the hospital. Well, expensive. So
stressful is what that is. Yeah. So I'm glad it seems to be getting wrapped up, but I am sorry that you had to go through that. Literally have 11 pages to go. We'll be back in a minute. That's fine. 5 stars. We love it. Kids are in bed. That's what I'm about to do. Literally what I need to accomplish. 64%, and we're learning some secrets. 58% into All Systems Red. Really enjoying it. 2 pages left, and holy moly, this is Mind F book 1, and there is a lot happening at the end of that book. Glad you're both loving it after the disaster last month. It's true. That's my favorite book of this 4 that I've read so far. I think I gave that one 4.5, and then I think the subsequent ones I've all given 4, which I mean is still really great. Favorite amongst all that I've enjoyed,
Yeah.
Didn't read that last sprint, but I'm about to head to bed, so I'll read a bit more before sleeping. I'm also going to do that once I put my kid to bed, is go to bed. Thank you for hanging out with us, everyone. We've really appreciated spending the night with you. She did not. Oh no. But yes, also this. That's the way to look.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look on the bright side there, I guess. At least
Mhm.
she's okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But more stress is
Yeah,
what that is. Yeah.
of course.
It's going to be a 4.5 or a 5 for me. I think 4.5. That's what I gave it as well. As it felt like it should have been gone a bit longer, but holy wow, agree. It's one of Ren's faves that they picked for me. It's an amazing start. This is for Sleeping Girls was a 4, but a high one. I'm happy. I'll be happy if it's a 4.
Yeah.
Like that's fine. It doesn't have to be a 5. I'm
I
okay with
could
it.
see you giving it a 5 though. I just have a feeling.
It will depend on how it goes.
I know.
I'm not sitting here like, oh, it's 5 stars right now.
See, it's a 4 for me right now.
That's what I mean. I'm sitting at about a 4, but like it's still very early days. So like there's a lot to happen in this book.
Thrillers can go really.
And there's a lot to happen. Like we barely
I
read any
know.
of it.
But it's action packed so far, so I'm like ready for the ride.
Me too.
Yeah.
But that is the end of Spreads for us tonight. We will see you publicly on this channel no, not tomorrow. On Tuesday night at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for some more sprints. We will see you then. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. And good night, everybody.